Greetings, everybody. Coin Stamp here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Let me fix this webcam real quick, like. Feel free to call me any of those. Maybe don't call me Shirley, though. And welcome back to some more Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, Fire Spells Only routing. Hopefully everybody is doing all right. I know, what a mouthful, but it had to be said. I'm doing okay. I'm imbibing some warm coffee. The drink of adults. Kids, you would have a hard time understanding this. Unless you just realized what running out of energy actually felt like. Last time on Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, Fire Spells Only, we finished our tour de force in, Liurnia, at least for the time being. We still have some spots we can go through, and pick up, collectibles and things, but, today we're going to turn our attention to Kalè. We did end off by killing the putrid avatar. And so now we are on the Erdtree Burial Watchdog duo. Second verse, different than the first, but same composition overall. That's what we've got here. Now, I did try to update the commands. For those of you on YouTube, I did try to adjust the command. I am no longer using D build, I'm using C build, but I have already noticed the exclamation mark C build does not appear to work properly. I don't know what it is. That command is just scuffed. I don't know if it's, you know, hey, we don't like that you're using too many commands with the same word in them, or what. But apparently, specifically Stream Elements for the YouTube side does not like that command. I'm gonna have to figure out what it is, like what the hardcore issue is, and see about resolving it. But for the time being, let's just get started. As you can see, we have already found a free, easy rune piece. For those of you who are new, welcome. Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. I hope that the sight that greets you is familiar, yet different. You'll see what I mean by different eventually. Right now, it's going to look the same, and that's perfectly fine. I want to get ready for the catacomb. Just adjust this ever so slightly. It's kind of no happy medium. I'm either covering my face, or I'm not looking into the camera directly. I don't know if the issue is to maybe, you know, try something like this, where I'm just always speaking directly into the microphone, and it just so happens to be next to the camera. You guys will have to tell me how this works out. I look like I'm peeking the mic in all the same spots, but I don't want to have to redo my settings like what happened yesterday. Or not yesterday, Thursday. That would suck. Anyway, let's take a little look around in the catacombs and see what we find. Oof. Not used to that. Back molars feeling weird. Sorry, that's not stuff people want to hear about. People want to hear about, you know, people want to hear about what's going on in Reforged. Now, Reforged, again, for those of you that are new, it is an overhaul mod. I would say it is going to start straying ever so slightly from vanilla as more and more bosses get added, but it's like a very slight stray. But I would still class this as a vanilla plus style overhaul mod. made by Team Reforged. They are a awesome, talented group of people with tons of other contributors working alongside them to add custom spells, new mechanics, new bosses, remixed bosses, changes to stats, changes to lighting. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff here in Reforged, and I can't wait to show you everything. I feel like I need to adjust this down ever so slightly, so I'm not like looking right up here and talking. I'm kind of looking more or less directly at you guys. Time will tell if this method is, strictly speaking, better than the one from before. Alright, let's go talk to Hugh. Let's surely have some stuff we can sell. We've been holding on to too many things now.
Well, I took you for no matter to lay out your own.
Ah yes, Hugh. Hugh sells stones now. That's no longer a twin husks function. That is a Hugh function. Pretty specifically, I think Roderica might also start selling improvement materials that you've already gathered for spirits. Yeah, I think that's correct. We're gonna find out eventually. Let us take a look here. No, we don't want that. We just want to sell. Now, if you're wondering what I'm doing, like I said before, we are getting rid of materials, specifically so that we can, like, fuel our other purchases in this game. We don't need this. I don't need a plain dagger. We're good here. And because we have the magic dagger, we actually don't need the crystal sword anymore, like at all. Can actually get rid of everything but the Sword of Night and Flame and the Crystal Spear. Yeah, knowing what I know now, as soon as I get like the necessary whetstone, I will probably start selling those kinds of items. But at least for the time being, having access to any kind of, you know, FP regen stuff is probably good for us. Get rid of that. I'm holding on to the Urumi for sentimental purposes, but I will get rid of it eventually. High cast speed has a high cast speed. Yeah, so holding the staff doesn't do us any good. We actually have to cast through it. That's a kind of an interesting change. Goodbye, Azure's staff. Interesting. We also have a shield, but we don't need this now. Or that one either. Okay. What do we get rid of here? Restores FP upon defeating enemies. I probably want to hold on to looks in the game, huh? Okay, I think that literally covers everything. Alright. Okay, I need to adjust this down so that I am looking directly in, and you guys can hear me okay? You guys are gonna have to let me know how I sound. Again, I'm more or less speaking directly into the mic, so if there's any kind of distortion or if you guys can't hear me properly, please let me know. please. I don't want to have what happened yesterday happen again. Okay, where were we? Right. I don't believe we have enough for... No, we have just enough for a level up. Okay. All right. Now, let's get this bloody show on the road, shall we? We got 2 watchdogs to kill. If you want to know more, you can type in !ERR commands if you want to see all of them. All lowercase, of course. Commands do not support case shift at this time. So any command I speak is in lowercase. You can type in !ERR if you want to get to the mod page directly. You can type in !ERRW if you want to get right to... oh, good lord. If you want to get right to the wiki and start reading, you can type in ! I want to say it is... !ERRD. If you want to know, if you want to get to the Discord, just tell them I sent you. We're gonna shift this down. Actually, we're not gonna shift this down because I'm only cut off if I don't keep my posture up, which I may do. There we go. That's a little bit better. Anyway, yeah. Oh God, did we just shift this left? Okay. What else? You guys can also type in ! Is it... Oh god, I legit do not remember. !CRO. Hello. Welcome to new imp territory, I guess. Now, guys, you might be thinking in your head, hey, Coin, what are you doing with a late-game spell? You know, you kind of have to go kill Moog for that, or go to the appropriate spot. Well, I got good news, friends. I might be able to showcase this. We're gonna find out. A unique currency of Reforged is the Starlight token system. Oh shoot, we never talked to Nefeli. We gotta fix that. Gotta fix it. Lormipsit. Okay. I don't know where I was taking that segment, but we're going to move elsewhere. Anyway, God, it's really been 20 minutes and we still haven't killed a boss yet. Oops. I did it again. Anyway, joking aside, oh shit. I knew I was gonna forget something.
No, how could I say father has and now?
Here you go.
Is that I can smell my things. I don't feel still. It reminds me of thank you. In this act, it reminds me.
You're welcome, Nefeli. Now, there's your daily dose of ambition to incite you to do the right thing. Maybe even oppose your dirtily nasty foster father and his partner in crime, Celivis the Dolly Botherer. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, late game currency. We get Starlight tokens. You get 10 every time you complete 20% of the codex. You also get 10 just for discovering the Altar of Anticipation when you come back to it after defeating the Grafted Scion. You get 10 up there along with the Stormhawk King. You also get, in some instances, you get 2 every time you turn in a remembrance at Finger Reader Enya, if you don't like either of the options, you can literally break them down for Starlight tokens. You need around 6 to get a meaningful spell. You need around 10 to get a You need around 10 to get a weapon or a talisman, and I believe you need around 14 to get some of the other ones. As you start to get into the miscellaneous section, you will in fact... hello. Would you like to die? Hold on. I got the perfect quote for this. You ready? You ready?
Are you ready to die?
Die, feral imp. Oh, just beautiful. Although we really should be carrying our axe instead, because we're gonna have light creatures we can kill. So I guess I can tell you a little bit about my weapon choices and selections. So first, know that this is an X-only run, which means I am not allowed to use... I'm not allowed to take this thing, two-hand it, and start thwacking enemies. That's not allowed. I am allowed, because according to the Hitless website, I need to make a command for that. I'm allowed the use of my Catalyst Punch for various purposes, so I'm allowing the use of the attack as like a modified extension of that. I'm always allowed the use of my unarmed attacks in order to avoid things like glitching out. That's just kind of a vanilla feature. Yeah, so fun fact about this run, every time there's a rider on a horse and that horse can be killed, so like Knight's Cavalry, I have to, by virtue of not allowing glitches, I have to switch to my fists and start punching. It's gonna get worse as time goes on, but there's a whole bunch of things. You can Google Team Hitless, and it'll bring you the rules. Now, am I doing this hitless? No, I'm doing it deathless. I'm smart. I don't wish to antagonize myself unnecessarily quite yet. That will happen later, over time. But I am taking a lot of the rules I use directly from Team Hitless. I'm bending them to make it work for this mod. So for example, if I were doing this New Game Plus, I'd probably have to bend it because of the way the system works. Hello. I do like the fact that you can sort of just... I do like the fact that you can essentially just fight things with Blood Boon. It is a little slow. I am worried about that. You gonna come over this way? Yeah, this spell is kind of weird. Like, you can't actually lock onto it, lock onto an enemy like normal. You kind of need to free aim the spell to get the most use out of it. It's really strange. Yeah, how about them apples? How about them apples, Sir Imp? You like that? It's called getting whooped. Oh, yeah. Oh, my trash talk game comes directly from Soul Calibur 4. Listen to this. Listen to this. Where is it? Where is it?
You like that? It's called getting whooped.
Just awesome. It's called getting whooped. A lot of my trash talk comes right from there. That's some of the most memorable quotes in gaming. What's another one? That's the best screaming I ever heard. That's a Steve Staley special right there. And you want to know who Steve Staley is? You guys know Neji from Naruto, or Richard from Tales of not Richard, I'm sorry. Hubert. That's the name I'm looking for. Richard's a different guy. Voiced by a different guy. But Steve Staley has done voices for gaming for quite a while now as well. You kind of know what he sounds like if you pay attention to the characters that he chooses to voice. They're either super smart and methodical, or, you know, they're demented, twisted beings of horror. Great either way. I like Staley's work. I know him. Oh, God, I went the wrong direction. Also, is this one of the ones where you look under the elevator and there's a surprise? Yep, there sure is. Alright, let's keep going. We got bosses to kill. Oh, hello. Would you like to come out of the woodwork, Sir Imp? No? Well, how about I force you out? Oh, that is terrible. Sure. If that's how you want to do things, Sir Imp, be my guest. What about the other side? Nothing? Alright. Check above. Kind of have to be super close. Yeah, this is a really strange spell. Like, if the enemy is too small, you're better off using a different spell. That's super strange. Well, this will get us to the boss. However, wouldn't you like a rune piece all carved by hand? Made by the finest artisans in the land of digital medium? I would. Rune pieces are going to help us out in combat. They're going to make sure that we stay swimming in FP and stamina usage. It's great. We can't get any of our lovely carved rune pieces if we do not pay attention to our surroundings. Look, see, there's one hanging off right there. That's right. You thought I didn't know you were there. I have not forgotten that you were right there, Sir Writhing Rot Mound. Oh, look at this. Just look. Scrumdiddlyumptious. And I rolled into the sludge. That is awesome. Nice. We do have a preserving bolus in case things get really bad. We know about the really lovely stone throwers up there. Yeah, I know, we've got scarlet rot. Grab the butterfly. can keep moving down. Keep moving. Oh, there's a level 5. Isn't that neat? We're going to now use this. You might be asking yourselves, hey, how do we get up there? For those of you not familiar with these particular catacombs, the way to get through them is most assuredly going to be... Let me, like, arrange the aperture here. You're going to want to go through this elevator shaft room we uncovered earlier. Just got to be careful with this room. You thought I was gonna let you bully me, huh, Sir Imp? I think not. We know about this room. Huh. It's kind of like skipping a rock. Hickory dickory dock. I don't know. I don't know what I was going for there, other than, like, freestyling on the spot. How dare you? Come on. Into the flame with ya. Yeah, casting this spell, I've sort of noticed, is kind of like skipping a stone, where when you skip your stone, you kind of want to, like, throw it at an angle, right? You kind of have to figure out where a good angle is, whether it's 45 degrees, 33 degrees, or what have you. You want to figure out the way you gotta rotate your wrist and go from there. It's all in the flick of the wrist, as they say. Hopefully nobody heard that Discord alert. You guys will have to let me know if that is the case. Oh, you thought you were gonna corner me. I got news for you, pal. Hello. How did that happen? Apparently the bleed buildup had to be enough. Now, is it... Oh, no. It's not down and out. Okay, get up here and we wait. We wait. Actually, we don't need to wait. We can just, we can absolutely just use one of these. Okay. Let's break down materials while we're here, just to kind of keep things moving. Malcolm, I gotta be careful with this. Oh, I should have broken that down for frozen extract. Just look at all these components. Ah, that... Isn't that better? Okay, we have... It's really strange that this requires 2 different alchemics. I guess because preserving rot's kind of an uncommon pastime. here in the lands between. Ah, so this is how we get to that room. Okay, good to know. Yeah. Give me the lowdown on the Scarlet Rot. We're also gonna have to go back and rest and speedrun this part of the place and be extra careful about it as well, because of all the rot mounds that can just drop down from above. Hello, Sir Crab and Sir Goyle. What do you guys think about the actress who said, you know, the series is kind of for little kids, and if your balls have dropped, you should grow up and move on? It's okay to like a series. You didn't need to get personal with us, ma'am. To be fair, I do not like, or I'm not the largest fan of, like, the Potter series, but I know plenty of my friends who do. They have, like, the paraphernalia and everything. And they should totally be allowed to enjoy that pastime without being judged by literal voice actors or like screen actors. There's no reason for that. A thing of beauty. I love this spell. I didn't see any rune pieces. We should take a quick scan to see if there are any. I don't think so. If this were just a bog standard Erdtree burial watchdog fight, I probably would just like do it on the resources we have now. But now is not a good time for that. Hello. Would you too would like to enjoy? Oh, hello. Ah, I am loving this thing. It's like a Surge O Flame, but it has bleed added. Like the best spell ever. I could see why people love. I could see why people like the Mohgwyn Dynasty. You just have to. You totally. Oh, hello. You kind of just have to let go of the whole child molester thing. And to be quite honest, I don't think you should. Mohg is an awful, awful person. And teehee, it's okay, I'm 1,000 years old. Is not something, it is irrelevant for the discussions of Mohg and Miquella. If you see that as anything less than molestation, leave now and never return. No, I'm kidding. But, you know, I would be deeply horrified at your choice of opinion. It's over a video game character, so, it's, you know, it's like, okay, you know, they're not real, but also, what does that say about you in the real world? If you can justify it in the virtual world, you will justify it in the real world given time. This is such a tricky prospect. How did that hit me? Okay, I have to be careful. I have to fling this in such a way. Oh, yeah, that definitely hit. Wow, you're a monster. You cuckolded imp statue? I don't know. I don't know what kind of response I could give to that, if I'm being quite honest with you. Anyway, we have to actually go back out for different reasons. So, we got a level 5, Grave Glovewort, so that means one of our generic spirits can be upgraded, and we should do that before facing this boss. Huh. It really is just that simple, isn't it? I have no style and no grace. I don't have a funny face. I can't handstand. I can't jump high. And I'm not one hell of a guy. I don't know. I was just trying to think of something stupid to say in the moment. I'm Can't Man. Anything you could do, I can't do better. I can't do anything better than you. How would that song even play out? It's like, you know how in that song, it's like the man and the woman are both like racing to prove who's better than each other. What if it was a race to the bottom? Huh? What if it was that? What if they were trying to prove they were the most singlest, useless piece of turd ever? Would that song not be hilarious? Anyway, we have undergone the usual routine of not keeping people entertained by killing bosses within the first 30 minutes. Gotta fix that. It's gonna take time, but we gotta fix it. Let's go back, upgrade this thing. And maybe crank out the first 2 bosses for the hour, huh? Maybe let's do that?
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
Yes, I am. I would like to... Oh, we haven't upgraded this yet. We only have one of you? Sorry, but it's gonna go to the demi-humans this time. Oh, hello, I can actually talk.
Greetings, are you here for spirit? I feel like I can see, I can understand. Master Hugh said it once again. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Moderica, the certified spirit tuner.
You're welcome, Roderica. I'm glad you have made it into your own, hun. Really and truly, I am. It's too bad our friend had to go and die. I wish there was a way we could have saved him. Can't do that in the afterlife now. I'm gonna have to go back to the Erdtree catacombs and just try to save everyone. Start over. You know, that's kind of really what this journey is about, is trying to show that, you know, sometimes things are so screwed up, the only thing you can do is like take control. Oh, come on, you're gonna make me do this? Sure, I guess. Alright, now we're gonna do the smart thing and send this thing up this time. That way we don't have to repeat. We don't have to repeat these mistakes. I don't like where this mic is, but if I don't do it, I'm not looking into the camera when I talk to you. And I'm definitely gonna have to adjust it for the LP, because in the LPs I don't put cameras on for those. Run! Run, Force, run! Get up the thing, quickly! Jesus! Have you lost your head, coin? I believe I have. Yep. Just look at all that screw up. Back down the stairs, turn to the right, and we should... Oh, yep, I thought that would probably happen. We're just gonna, you know, jump past all this, try to get a fresh start, you know? And have to eat some boluses on the way out. Isn't this kind of gross? Alright, let's do this. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and issue out this lovely little command. Oh, I just realized that our ghost chat has not functioned properly. Let's fix that. Toggle the vanish. Go here. Start. Thank you. And then I'll issue this command for YouTube. Alright, YouTube, you are now on the same page. I'll acknowledge the statements, but won't actually talk until after the boss is down or I am dead. And with that, I will see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Yup, I thought that would happen. Bad timing. I can never quite adapt to that in time. Well, that didn't go incredibly well, but we didn't die. You know what? I'll take it. We didn't die to removal. Who's our next boss? Ah, we have the magma worm. Surely one of our greatest wall-out threats of our lifetime. Well, we gotta go back to the smoldering church and proceed to die multiple times as we get to the Gale Tunnel. If I can remember, it's over here, so methinks. Because this is where the rear entrance to the tunnel is. And this over here is where the real entrance is. The non-rear entrance. Oh, this gonna be fun. I'm surprised you can't do this on horseback. It's like, oh god. Run! Gonna have to figure out other things I could do to not have these strays going after us. Quickly! Quickly! Back to the rest site. Alright, we got one of these rotten bunguses we gotta kill for the codex. We take those. We take a lot of those. This boss fight, or I should say, the future boss fights are going to go over way different because we actually have access to these spells that allow us an extra status effect. And our naturally high arcane means that the bleed status is going to proc quite often where we least expect it to. For those who don't know, this is kind of a vanilla limitation, but in Elden Ring and Reforged, there are 4 statuses that scale with the implementation of Arcane, Bleed, Poison, Bleed, Poison, Madness, and Sleep, if I remember correctly. Which I don't remember correctly, so I'm going to illustrate a command for you. If you type in !ERRW, we will be able to pull up the wiki. Gotta mind ourselves and our surroundings, because we don't want to be ending up dying to a random putrid corpse. We're gonna come over here to our lovely link, ERR wiki. Go to status effects. It might be... Oh, which one is it? It might be stat changes. Nope, those are combat mechanics. Yep, Scarlet Rot, Frostbite, or Death. So, right here, this line right there. Hopefully everybody can... People might not be able to see what I'm talking about, but the important part is that these 2 sentences right here do tell you exactly what kind of arcane scaling applies. So, Poison, Bleed, Sleep, and Madness. Isn't that neat? Now, let's get back to killing things for 3 minutes. Counting down. Maybe poking around for a rune piece or two. By the way, oh, there is another writhing rot mound. You thought you could get away? I don't think so. Yep, free easy rune piece. Gotta take them where you can get them, because in the land of Kalè, I can tell you for 100% certain that there are many of them. Many of them are not going to be free, easy rune pieces. Yes, there will be many embedded into the sides of cliffs. There will be many that are simply guarded by a pack of trash. But I promise you, there are just as many that are sitting on top of the rot blooms of Aeonia, or locked behind Redmane's castle's absurd entry requirements. I promise you those exist. They're there. They're real. So if you don't want to be memed on, by the free easy rune pieces, definitely do yourself a favor and take Kalè seriously. It can be your peril if you do not. Alright, we know about the ones sitting in the rafters or on the floorboards. Okay, there's one. We're just gonna make it so you have to roam into this large patch of fire and wonder why you died. Hashtag died suddenly. For no reason. Actually, the reason is totally explicable. Totally explicable. Completely preventable. Unlike what that hashtag claims to care about. I promise it does not. And is used to jailbait people into gaslighting themselves over vaccines. Promised. 100% guaranteed. I think this is good a place as any to take a break. Now, for those who are not here or have not been here before, I take 5-minute breaks. For those of you on YouTube, this is going to be an incredibly quiet 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, there will be 90 seconds of ad time accompanying you. Yeah, not much more to say than that. I appreciate anybody who sticks through watching the ads. And anyone who doesn't, you know, I don't blame you. I don't like ads either. But I gotta do something to keep these lights spinning. So, thank you guys very much for watching and or listening up to this point. And with that being said, I will see you guys in just a few moments after this commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. Everybody enjoy their commercial break. I don't think I was incredibly late or anything, but I definitely might have. Definitely might have been a minute late. I'll shill at you guys in about an hour. I'm not going to do that now. What I will instead state for the record is that there are a lot of rune pieces that we will probably be skipping in Kalè. Again, anything that's super dangerous. See that one over there? Oh, okay, not that one over there. There's an item on that branch that I'm very, very sure is not worth our time to go get. However, we're in routing, so it's pretty much worth compiling notes on, so that we maybe don't do that. Come on, get off the horse. Jeez. Like, Torrent is the most unresponsive thing on Earth when it comes to these slopes. Gotta be extra careful. What I can't tell is whether or not there are rune pieces on these structures nearby. Okay, well, I'll have to remember to turn off the Erd tools. So allow me to show you guys this. You might not be able to see it that well. But if we go and look at the file structure for... Just gonna make sure I didn't get any notices. If we go and look at the file structure for the for ERR, we're on update 12.12 or 12.2b. There's some new DLL. It's been split into two files. The active, note that I am not using the alt saves here. The other is the optional stuff. Adjust the FOV, the title skip, Erd tools, including the README and like the configuration file. Let's take a crack at these. That's interesting. So you can like change a bunch of this stuff here. Health bar damage numbers with boss poise. Now, I don't know what the difference for this is. Now, I turned off the posture bar DLL, but methinks that that's not entirely a good idea. Also, we should probably resurrect a boss if we're going to start playing with Erd tools. But there are I don't know what a 1 or a 0 is on this. Extension, save extension ERR. Good to know. Good to know. That's really interesting. Okay, so I'm going to assume... Yeah, so we were able to get into combat before. We weren't able to open our map. So 1 must be true and 0 must be false. That's very interesting. I don't feel like I should play with any of these adjustments. At least not right now. I don't entity health bar damage numbers with boss poise. I see it's not a display gauge. It's just I That's really interesting. We could figure out the ramifications of this later, but if you want to use anything, I use Metis Mod Manager to configure all this stuff, which is why I don't use the alt saves. If you are an end user and you are not trying to do fancy things, like use a horse mount or whatever, then your best bet is to just use the launcher. It's 100% safe. The DLLs are on by default. You just configure them before you turn on the launcher. Bingo, bango, bongo, monkey be your uncle. There you go. Now, let's get back to killing some bosses. We've already spent 10 minutes not doing that. Let's get to doing some fighting. Everybody was kung fu fighting. What, you thought I was gonna sing that for real? No. I'm awful. I've only had like a year or two of gentle music, and that was in elementary school / middle school. You think I can sing? Oh, I'm sure if I trained, I probably could reacquire that muscle, but long COVID has spoiled that pretty badly. I cough pretty often when I would want to hold a note anyway, so we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna... I'm gonna attack this, expect there to be a problem. Whirl o' Flame. Come on up here, you big mutt. Wow, that... Okay. Well, this is a pretty quick boss killer. I'll grant you, or a pretty quick enemy killer. I will grant the game that. Blood Boon is probably the best spell I think I've seen for such low posture enemies. However, there's another large enemy around here that I'm not too keen on fighting, but I'm gonna demonstrate it anyway, because it's the routing run, or like the routing attempt. Why wouldn't I show it off? Okay, we're gonna drink. Might as well make liberal use of our resources. Okay, 3 casts and we're done. Ha! You thought you could win? I need to make more Soul Calibur 4 voice line soundboard things. I'll take 4 signs of the all-knowing. Absolutely. Absolutely. What the hell? Oh, the archer could see us. Okay, we gotta figure out, like, what our effective range is. Maybe here? Okay. That was dangerous, but I believe we got it. I believe we got it. Oh, there's another one. Look, there's a foot soldier just sitting right there. Ah. I think the birds don't show up until a little bit later. There are these giant birds. You probably can see them over at the Rot View balcony. Yeah, there are a bunch of giant birds that are really difficult for casters to deal with. If you do not have a good medium range spell, they will close the gap quickly, and you will be unable to deal with them. I'm letting you know this now. I have dealt with these things too many times before. There are methods for doing it, and melee builds, God help you. For these birds are truly the most foul things I've ever seen. Look, giant crow. Look. Oh, and this one, it has red eyes. Wow, okay. Patience. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Run! I wasn't expecting a red-eyed variant. Yep. We knew that would happen. We knew that would happen. Now I know that this thing has, I don't think reviving at the stake is a very good idea. We're also headed in the completely wrong direction compared to our... Oh, did we... Nope, we're on the right boss. I just had to look. I think as our mind starts to take over and as our enemies start to get hardier, our axe is going to get worse. It is not going to get better. Now, of course, we do have runes to collect. We should collect them. Oh. Look, a bunch of putrid corpses I could test my stuff over. Wow, the angling on this is super precise. I did not think that would be the case, but it is. It's very precise. Okay, so this thing is like a magma cannon spitter thing. Okay, we know about the big guy. Oh. Wow. I mean, that wasn't great. I still took a hit for no reason, but hey, it's dead. It's dead and gone. We got our runes to claim. Anything in here? A simple greatsword. No such luck. For this, we're going to... How do we want to do this? Got a bunch of dogs. Oh god, nope. Run. Interesting. So that does in fact... Okay, right here. Gotta come in a little bit. Yeah, I thought that was probably gonna happen. Come on. I will use your leashing behavior against you. Or at least I will try to use the leashing behavior against you. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna die again. I'm also heading back toward the area it was trying to leash them from. Nope, run in. That's too early. Okay, we need to make a note about that. That is at the abandoned roadside. Is that the correct? I feel like that's not the correct name. Would that be the unaffiliated? Giant crow. Okay, I got it correct. That's what I needed to know. Now, what encampment is this at? So if you want to know what I'm typing into, you could type in !deroute. I'll do a demonstration of that now. And I believe you guys should have viewing privileges. Just viewing, not commentary yet. That'll happen later. That'll happen at the end after our first routing is complete. That way we can go over notes together, figure out what works, what doesn't, etc., etc. And I think what we're going to find very quickly is lots of things in our notes probably need sprucing up or updating. All this for some Radon gear. To be quite honest, I think this is kind of a bad... I shouldn't say a bad spot, but like, come on. Let's not step into the fire. That is 2 hits for no reason. Now, are there any rune pieces here? I feel like we just gotta check, right? Gotta check. Also, there are places that are available only via cliffside drop. Kalè introduces this big time. There are lots of places where you have to get onto a gnarbled tree root in order to actually have access. It's really strange, I know, but... Oh, hello. Would you like to die? That was a little too late for the collection of that on death trigger. We'll have to remember that. As you can see, this is sort of what I'm talking about when I say many rune pieces are just in very dangerous locations. I'm sure there is at least one that is going to be hidden. Let's see, we're supposed to be going to the magma worm, so we can't even go this way yet. We quite literally just have to turn the corner and head right. Mind the fact there are just red-eyed phantoms everywhere. Murderous killers without... Nah, never mind. I was gonna go into a South Park bit, but we're not. Come on, where is this? Here at the Kalè Ruins. Here at the Kalè Ruins. I feel like I should just flip-flop the thing at the Kalè Ruins. By the way, if you ever wanted a more infuriating mid-level fight, and it's totally mid for most builds, the dual Mad Pumpkin fight, oh, if you are a caster, you will learn that it is the bane of your existence, along with, again, all these beady-eyed giant creatures. 2 and 3. Oh, these just naturally have red eyes. Never mind. I have to remember that. These things just kind of naturally give off the threatening, menacing vibe without even trying. Now these are ruins. Gotta be careful because they're... Look at this. Just look at this, at what's here. Crows everywhere. Probably gonna have to make a big notice about all of this. Have to be careful about range as well, because these guys can quite literally detect you from out of nowhere. Oh, that is unfair. Absolutely unfair. Gonna switch to the dagger while I deal with these. Or at least attempt to deal with some of them. Just, I'm glad you could bring out spirit summons. This may actually help us in the short and long term. We're gonna do that now, actually. I've never actually brought out summons for exploring ruins before. This is a first for me. We're gonna hope that we don't need to do this that often. Okay. Maybe I should start using these more often. That would make exploring some ruins, like, very easy. That might be worth keeping in mind, actually. You know, there's another crow right there. Oh, thank you very much, Lutel. This definitely makes things much easier for us. I love how skillfully she sort of spearfished the enemy to like as it was flying toward us. That was great. There's one. Bound to be a second one. There's at least two over here. Probably a third one. Just gotta check all these ruins. Yep, here's the second one. Guarded by, of course, everyone's favorite crow friend. Now, I am allowed the use of throwables specifically for drawing aggro. Gonna do that right now. Ow. Yeah, bringing out a friend for these definitely makes them easier to tolerate. Okay, we should actually make a note about that. Okay, I've taken the note about that. So now in the future, like whenever we can summon, we probably, if I see one of these giant crows, we are definitely going to summon. That is going to make our job a lot easier in the long run. Now, let's get into these ruins. It's like, what, over here? Yep. Right over here. Trap? No trap. Ah, this sword. If only I could use you. Alas. I cannot. Not permissible, not allowed even in the slightest. There's no way Kirnifr would actually put a rune piece on one of these branches, right? That's not a thing that can happen. That's probably a thing that can happen. We're gonna have to take a look at that. All right, what else? Come on, game. I know you're not gonna... I know you're gonna throw me a curveball. Where's the curveball? It's here. Okay. Now, I believe that particular scarab is hanging over there. And then we have a mausoleum? Okay, or not a mausoleum, a cemetery. Mausoleums are the buildings, Coin. Come on. Get your building IDs together. Why do I... Okay, there is. There are writhing rot mounds every which way. There's the second one. How did I dodge that? We also gotta check the insides of these things in case there's a rune piece just somewhere nearby. And we knew there was one more. Hey, if you're not going to count me as being in combat with them, I am in fact going to use our, you know, special heavy generator to our heavy R2 to take out the enemies. Why not? Okay, what do you want to bet? There is a rune piece on top of this nonsense. Look at this. Radon soldiers just everywhere. There's no way there's not. There's no way there's not rune pieces for all this. I like how we can totally just ignore the red main soldiers by dropping down from behind. That's got to be a new one. Score one for us. Score one for us. All right. This is definitely a Markham moment. Certified ERR moment. Goodbye. Oh, this spell is king. I wish I had known about this sooner. I would have definitely spent money on... I would have spent shards to obtain this spell. It's that good. I legitimately probably would have subbed out like Theodorix's Magma. I'm heavily disappointed in this spell. It's not great. Like, it's fine for ambushes. It's bad for actual battles, which is such a shame because there are There are absolutely dragon breath incantations worth casting. Theodorix's ain't it. Okay, hardcore mode activated. Hardcore mode definitely activated. Just gonna shift this ever so slightly. Let's go. LFG. Yeah, can I say that the Radon foot soldiers are very hardcore? As in, they definitely expected their slaves, their peasants, to, like, climb up and down. I'm willing to bet there was probably, like, a service elevator at one point, but alas, it did not make the rounds, it did not stick. Radon is like, F his subjects. And we definitely... What do we have? Please tell me the Kalè ruins are actually on this list. Ah, okay. A little bit. I'm definitely gonna swap the orders of those. Gale... I feel like I could probably do this before Gale Tunnel, if I'm being completely honest, but... You know, I don't want to press our luck quite yet. But if we're at this stage of the game... Like, if we go back and look... Like, Dragon... Look at how late game the Dragon Barrow is versus Kalè. We can do Kalè right now. We're, like, over-leveled for it big time. I say over-leveled, but I definitely like being over-leveled. Oh, wow. How dare you? You are an awful person. I do not want to die to that. I do not want to die to that. That was a stupid exchange. Definitely should not have died there. Definitely should not have come close to dying there. How did I miss that one particular night, huh? Look, it's not my fault you Scrunguses decided to just sit in the mine waiting for your killers to come to you. That is definitely not what I would be hiring professional guards for, but you know what? Again, the shattering makes everyone go mad. Go mad with desire, or just, you know, brainless, like brain rot entirely, which is, you know, a thing that is specified. Hello. How do you bleed, I wonder? Blue blood, I hope? The biggest of Scrunguses. the biggest of Scrunguses. Guarding a rune piece, even. See, this was very much worth our time to come do for those reasons. And I would definitely prefer if we got one shot, one kill online for all this. I know about you. Yeah, go ahead, run into the fire. Stand in bad and die. How did that miss? Wow, bad aim. Bad gameplay. Bad gameplay, very bad gameplay. Extremely bad gameplay. Oh, run away from that. TNT. Dynamite. DMCA. Don't sing that song. I think what I have to say to my own singing is very much... where is it?
That man is the scum of the earth.
Yes, I'm the scum of the earth, and I should feel bad for that pun. Will I? Probably not. Ha! You thought you could get me with your big wind-up drill. No. Drill? Fuck. Oh, alright. Now, don't get excited. See? It pays to be patient in games like this. It's a tactic I wish the enemy would learn. Well, you're mad when the enemy does it in Elden Ring, but... it makes for just such compelling content. And the enemy is just as patient as you. Speaking of patience, I was playing Magic the Gathering Arena today as a treat to myself, and I pilot a hard control black and white Kaya the Intangible Slayer deck with 50 pieces of removal tribal, because that's what wins games in Commander, kind of, or Brawl, I should say. I played up against this Vadric deck. Vadric the Archmage. He is a blue-red. That's not his name. Astral Archmage? I go back and forth between Archmage and Archmage, by the way, as a word of warning. Anyway, he's this day and night Brawl commander. That's if it's neither day nor night, set it to day and or night when he enters the battlefield. He's like a 1/3 human wizard. Whenever it's day and or night, put a 1/1 counter on him, and then instants and sorceries cost X less to cast, where X is Vadric's power. There are lots of different ways you can build Vadric. I have a Vadric deck in MTGA. I need to fix it, but I have one. Anyway, is it control? That's the name. That's the color name for blue-red. Is definitely one of those. Pay attention to every spell they cast and wait for them to commit to a big power play. And unfortunately, this wasn't as a control deck, so Vadric discounts counter spells that don't just have colored pips, like Syncopate. You could cast a very powerful Syncopate for very cheap, because it's 1 blue and X, where X is the amount of mana you spend for the spell. So if X is 1... I'm sorry, Syncopate is a soft permission counter, where if you pay X for Syncopate, you're fine. You don't pay X for Syncopate, your thing is countered and it's exiled instead of, being sent to the graveyard. That kind of thing. Vadric is very good with X spells because he can discount their costs pretty high, and all you have to do is spend the amount of mana required to minimally cast the spell. So because Syncopate is a single blue, you can get like 3, 4, 6, or 10 for the reduction, and only spend a single blue pip to do it. One mana. You only pay 1 mana, and you can counter anything that isn't the Tarask, basically, which is uncounterable. Nice. I wasn't expecting that. I'll take it, of course, but I wasn't expecting it. Anyway, continuing the story. So, the white-black deck has less card draw. I mean, I have it pretty good for an Orzhov spell-slingery style deck, compared to most Orzhov decks that typically need onboard creatures in order to smother their opponent in value. And I have planeswalkers for the mid and top end. So I'm like, Orzhov, it's Orzhov control in a Super Friends shell, where I only have like a tight collection of them. Anyway, I proceed to have like a 10-turn staring match with the Vadric player, because they were very much playing draw go. I play a land for turn, pass to your turn, and I'm gonna counter the big thing you tried to do. What were they trying to do? I even got to live through what they were trying to do. This is how impotent this deck, however sweet it is, ended up being. So is it extra turns where it's blue-red, copy a bunch of stuff for the cheap, either burn me out with something like duplicated shock spells or lightning bolts, or take a bunch of extra turns and try to win out through value and make players scoop. I sat in a staring match for so long that they discarded to hand size 10 times. I also discarded things to hand size just to make them like sit there and squirm with their counter spells. It was great. I ended up winning that match. And I even ended up reversing life totals in the end. Oh, it was the best grind game I think I've ever played, and against one of the most toxic decks I think I've ever faced in, my lifetime as Brawl. And I faced through a lot of bad stuff. I faced through a lot of bad stuff. Everything from... and another match. I was also playing... Before the Vadric match, I played against an Essica God of the Bridge commander deck in Brawl. And Essica has a backside called the Prismatic Bridge. It's a 5-mana enchantment. One of every color is required to cast it. Or it has all 5 colored pips. You cast it, and on your upkeep, you get to spin something for free out of the deck. You just get to find like the nearest non-land permanent and cast it. Usually creatures or planeswalkers. There's like Essica legendary creatures, Prismatic Bridge legendary creatures, and Prismatic Bridge planeswalker like super friend stuff. There's also Praetors, all kinds of demented, twisted stuff. If you can stock enchantment removal, and they aren't in base black, meaning they have access to stuff that can pick your hand apart, which my opponent did not. They were like base blue and white. So like counter spells, but I already know how to time my way around those. I used to be a huge counter spell gamer, and then all the 2-for-1s started happening and I stopped commanding counter spells. Anyway, I removed their bridge like 3 times, and then Kalè the Intangible Slayer is a planeswalker, and it's one of the ones that's built around using all 3 of its abilities rather than just 2 and building up towards an ultimate. And her like 3rd bigger ability is a -3 exile target creature or enchantment. If it's a non-aura enchantment, make a 1/1 flying spirit token that's a copy of it. A copy of the enchantment you exiled or creature you exiled. Oh, so my favorite thing to do against this type of deck, the prismatic bridge decks, is to like remove their bridge long enough to get Kalè on board, and unless they have an edict or mass removal, I will actually steal the prismatic bridge by exiling it using Kalè's ability, and then on my upkeep, I get a planeswalker or a Sheoldred or a monastery mentor for free, and I can just start casting non-creature spells. It's great. I have quite a few win conditions in my deck. I just have to actually draw into them.
Oh, the esteemed warrior. This was supposed to... What's going on? Well, gosh. It's time for the festival, doesn't it?
Not really, but whatever, Alexander. Whatever floats your boat. I'm hoping that because we have blood procs... Oh, that is not quite the right spot. I'm hoping that because we have these procs, we can actually... I want to say this is one of the rune pieces that is actually located in the boss room. Just enough time for it, too. Probably gonna pop out the +5 demi-humans for this. Anyway, I ended up stealing the prismatic bridge to kind of finish that story. This really powerful enchantment, right? Opponent scoops it up on the spot. Because it would have, it got to my turn, and I would have gotten a planeswalker out of my deck for free. Nope. I love using my opponent's stuff against them, only after I've removed it like 50 times, or 4 times, 5 times, 10 times. They go to cast it, and I get a copy of it and start doing the thing they were trying to do, but better, because I have a control shell attached to it. It's great. Now, my deck kind of folds like paper to goblins or soldiers, but you know what? I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this because at the end of the day, your deck can't be good against everything. Also against non-interactive combo that's mainly like spell slingery, I also kind of fold to that. I kind of call my deck the jank tester. If you're gonna play jank, I need you to know what you're doing. Are you, Saffron Olive from MTG Goldfish? Are you Amy the Amazonian? Are you CGB? Are you any one of those? Good, you're probably gonna get past whatever shenanigans I'm doing. If you're not one of those people and you don't know how to play Magic the Gathering, I'm gonna give you the initiation ritual of a lifetime, and you can take your jank deck back to the drawing board and do it again until it beats the control shell. And then I'm happy losing to you. Because the thing I hate more than anything, outside of like theft decks, I have a special spot of hatred in my heart for them, is turn 1 combo kills. Bryant Cook would make me a very salty person if I played against him. He is very, very known in the modern and legacy spheres for playing turn 1 combo decks. Like, so he mans the epic storm channel. What can I say? The whole point is to combo off in a variety of methods, whether it's storm the warrens or what is it? Tendrils of Agony. There we go. That's the spell, or Brain Freeze. Stuff like that. Huge combo kills. All done on turn 1 or even turn 0. I've seen him pilot a couple of turn 0 decks, and I would be extra salty to a turn 0 kill, because you don't even get to play the game. You know what your opponent's deck does, but it doesn't matter if they just mulligan to the perfect hand every time. You're basically going 1 for 2 in the match against a combo deck on the play. Gross. Anyway, I've engaged in story time enough. It is boss time, and then it is break time. I will see you guys after this boss fight. Oh, that was bad timing. Everyone's favorite magic katana, the Moonveil. I want to say there's also the Meteoric Ore Blade, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, now where's our Intrepid Rune Piece at? It's surely got to be burning in one of these pyres, and I just haven't noticed yet. There's no way there wouldn't be one inside of the Gale Tunnel. No way. But I guess so.
It's time of the festival.
Doesn't the...
Not exactly, Alexander, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Anyway, that only ended up... The death we took was not because of anything we did with this boss. It was all the extraneous stuff we did on the way, so it'll definitely be something I don't do in the future. Now, you guys know what time it is. It is ad break time. It is commercial break time. When we come back, I have a little bit of shilling that I'll be doing, and then after that, we're gonna get back and hopefully kick things into high gear this time. Anyway, you guys have been here before. You guys know the spiel. I will see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you very much for sticking with me up to this point. Thank you. I am back. Oh, so sorry about that. Hopefully everybody is enjoying or has enjoyed their commercial break. I want to say thank you to everybody who's stuck around up to this point. I know that I ask for a lot from people. I know that my personality is kind of like that of a wet mop. Not very fun or interesting, and I talk about things no one cares about often, like Magic the Gathering. Who cares about that? It's not pertaining to what you're watching on air. Who cares? But I do seriously want to thank anybody who is lurking or, listening or any of that stuff. I greatly appreciate it. If you like the content or you want to hear me speak more often, if nothing else, definitely consider leaving a follow on Twitch or a subscription on YouTube. It all goes towards the wondrous side business of making content. I am still working on the content. Okay, it's really strange. I'm trying to get this to work. Just gotta be extra careful about wire placement. Anyway, it all helps. I really do truly, sincerely mean that. It all helps. If you want to support me in a more direct financial manner, I am currently working toward a donation goal. You guys probably have seen it on the intermission screens. We are working toward an intermission goal of being able, just fix this thing for the last time, of being able to buy Shadow of the Erd Tree. Now, I have since picked up a new house sitting client, so I'm hoping that this stream of money will help fuel our side business while I continue to hustle to get out of debt. I am still working on that. Just in case anyone was listening, anyone of importance at all. Anyway, working towards the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. We appreciate any donations that go toward that. Your donations are tracked. Every donation on this stream goes towards either helping me survive, and being upfront with you about that, or, in this case, towards hardware, software, various things for the stream. Every little bit helps. The best bang for your buck is definitely subscriptions on Twitch. If you want to give Daddy Bezos the most bucks, feel free to spend $12.65 for Twitch Turbo, and then you don't have to deal with ads ever again, as long as you maintain that subscription. It's effectively a YouTube Premium. That's really about the best way to describe it. If you're a person who likes watching live streams on Twitch, that's going to be the best thing for you moving forward, is just go ahead and pay for the Twitch Turbo. It is the largest bang for your buck, because honestly, streamer benefits are kind of mid. They're very mid, but you have to offer some, or nobody's gonna even think about sticking around. Not even a little bit. Let me tell you that you also get 5 emotes just for following. Even for free, you get something out of it. You also get access to the Discord just for following or subscribing on YouTube and or Twitch, respectively. Just let me know if you've joined the server. Give me a DM, do something to let me know, hey, I'm part of your Discord. I'd like to receive my free benefits. God, I sound like an insurance broker. Anyway, long story short is I do have benefits packages for you if you want to support me in a more direct way. If you want coffee or Patreon, or you I don't want the fanfare, I just want to support directly. Can't imagine why. Most people want something for something, but if you do want to just give of your heart, I'm incredibly appreciative of that. I do have Patreon, I do have coffee. Those are not rigged for sound alerts or anything like that. So definitely, I need to make sure I'm looking at this activity feed really carefully. Might have to put that at another spot toward the bottom. Yeah, okay, I like where it is. Just gotta shift some things over to make it happen. Just fixing up some OBS things. There we go. I got everything about where I want it, and the alerts are on the bottom, and the YouTube alerts are on the side. I do not know how I'm gonna fit this in for Trovo, but I'm gonna damn well try. Still working on Trovo. I gotta figure out, I might have to do some basic animation work for a spell, for spells. I don't know if they're supposed to be these animated things or not. I'm gonna have to listen to a video about that. Look at us. We've already been 15 minutes into the hour, and we have not spoken a lick about, we have not spoken a lick about these, or we have not done a lick about these bosses. Let's fix that. Also, as a reminder, I was 15 minutes late, so I do want to apologize for that. More importantly, because I was 15 minutes late, you guys will, of course, be getting 15 minutes of extra stream time as compensation. I think that is fair. That is reasonable. Going to just double check. Yeah, okay. We've got what we're looking for. Do we have any death root in our inventory? We do, in fact, have 2 bits of death root. I think we will have to fight Garank if we do that. Let's not and say we did. So now let's go to the Kalè ruins, and then we'll get back to doing everyone's favorite normally scheduled content. Welcome to the Kalè ruins. There are fire chariots here. You heard me, fire chariots. And like before, you can summon stuff in these ruins. I don't recommend it. You want to save it for the boss. Yep, blow up. That's fine. Blow up. Unlock yourself for me. Mmm, delicious. Oh, and of course, we have the ruin system, so we can't even get to the boss until we engage with the ruins. Did not aim appropriately. Run! Damn flame chariot. Awful. Totally preventable death. Totally unacceptable. Alright, to fix this lovely little problem we seem to be having, we are in fact going to ignore literally everything else and go straight for this flame chariot. It's right here. Come on. We will die if we do not. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. These things are very rambunctious. We will definitely have to be smarter about this. For the actual run, we'll have to figure out what else we can do to mitigate that. And I don't know if the answer is just get better, you loon, or what. And we are definitely still on the hook in combat somewhere. I hear the pitter-patter of a putrid corpse. We just gotta figure out where it is. Is it this putrid corpse? I don't know why I'm doing any of this killing. It's actually purely unnecessary. We could literally just run into all the flaming corpses and cause them to, you know, follow us. Come on. Just look at all this at 3 FP just sitting around. One, two. Okay, we're not on the hook for combat. Good. Good. That's 2. Definitely gonna need a 3rd ruin seal if we would like to avoid dragging this out unnecessarily for God knows how long. Come on. There we go. The eyes have it. Anyway. I don't think we're gonna get very far. Yep. It's 3. And we know the flame chariot is over there. We need to deal with the one currently aggroed to us, or we're definitely gonna have problems. Switch to the sacrificial axe. Keep calm cool and collected. Don't let that rule be neglected. Thank you, PBG, for all that. Haven't seen hide nor hair of that flame chariot. Wow, you're gonna go back over? Oh. That's one flame chariot. We do in fact have to deal with the other one. It is guarding the ruin seal. It is possible that we may be able to sneak up on this particular one. But I feel like there's a fourth ruin seal somewhere. Yeah, look, we can literally see it right there. Pointless. Very, very pointless. Come on, blow up. I want to be very careful here. We need to, like, walk around stupid carefully. This is where the soft cotton gets to come in handy. Run. We are very much going to have to pop a flask here and mine the corpses to our left and right. Oh, that is so dirty. That is so dirty. Oh, Team Reforged. Truly some sadistic people over at Team Reforged. This should be the last one. Okay, now we're going to take a quick pass for rune pieces, ignoring the giant crow to the literal freaking best of our ability. I was about to say, we know there's some flaming corpses that are here. The key is patience in the Kalè ruins. I know, patience is... You need patience in this game in general. But Kalè ruins is like a special brand of required patience. And the reason I say that is because you can be fighting one of the flame chariots, right? And you're not paying attention to your behind. You're like, you know, I could focus on the big guy now. Lo and behold, a flaming putrid corpse sprung up from the ground and literally killed you with an explosion, or led to a series of unfortunate events with that explosion, and it wound up killing you. Not because you couldn't fight the flame chariot or whatever, but literally because a putrid corpse got involved and it exploded on you. That's kind of what I'm talking about. I find it so strange that there just isn't a rune piece here. I guess I should be grateful, but, like, come on. You guys know the spiel. I'll see you on the other side of this. Okay, I would class this as the Mad Pumpkin duo. We only took one death on the way there. Now we get to go to Jail Cave. And Jail Cave is more or less like over here. So what does everyone think of the run so far? You like what you see? Is fire spells only exciting? Or is it like, oh, I want to see specific spell school only and see how you handle that? You want it harder? You want it softer? I can't believe I'm even saying that, but I mean, there are always options for this kind of thing, is the point I wish to make. And I would love to hear feedback on it, but I do think fire damage spells is a sufficiently challenging premise where I am allowed other stuff as long as it doesn't also deal damage of some kind. So, like, I'm a huge poison junkie, and I think poison plus bleed would be a very natural combo. I might do a status-inducing spells run only, eventually, after I get everything all quashed together and we get the X damage type only runs all figured out. Now, do I want to go up there? I should just learn to say no. But that crow ain't gonna give me a choice, is it? Crow's like, I saw you, and you better learn to step, son, or there ain't gonna be no coin left over after I'm done. I feel like there's so many rune pieces that are gonna be sitting in and around these mounds, it's not gonna be funny. Yeah, look, there's a crow literally right there. And if we walk around, you know, without paying attention, that crow gonna kill us. Just gotta know when to pick up your losses and run.
Share them with me.
We're so close to being able to pick up faith for other spells. I just don't know if it's worth it, right? Like, the bigger the spell is, the slower it is to cast, the more of a stat requirement it has, you know, yada yada, blah blah blah. And I'm not particularly sure that divesting more points into a stat that literally is just there for casting, or is specifically to allow us to cast more potent slightly more potent spells, is particularly worth it. And I feel like our cutoff is like, what? If we sincerely look at this, right? Like, this requires 42 faith. We're not casting this, like, reasonably in the run and have room for everything else. Just not happening. This only requires 14 faith, but it's not very good. This requires 20 faith. 19, and these require arcane. The most we would probably want is Howl of Shabriri, and, you know, I'm thinking more on Howl of Shabriri. And Howl of Shabriri is... yuck. Just gross. I mean, it buffs our damage output, like, by 15 or 20%, but is it worth it in the long run? Probably not. Like, I don't want to be casting buff spells in a fight where I'm, you know, am gonna be standing still for long periods. I think that's just kind of bad. Like, the trade-off is not very good. Also, hello, we have to kill you anyway for the codex. Okay, got him. That only took 5 ever to do. What's our reward for this? The foot soldier set, really? Where's the Redmane Knight? Where's that set at? Is that gonna be in Redmane Castle? You know, I bet it is. So far, I think there's, ever since we went through the academy, there's been like 1 encampment per dungeon. I'm willing to bet that there's going to be 1 encampment per dungeon from like this point forward. I have to be careful. We need to find Jail Cave, like, quickly. Okay, gross. This is about the range. Oh. You see what I mean? The magic dagger, like... Yes, the sacrificial axe helps, but I think we've started to figure out a cutoff point. Let me write that down. These are just general notes for Kalè, by the way. Redmane Castle is gonna have to have its own notes. We'll have to figure all that out. I hate your imposing stare over the hill there. I definitely do not like that. That one doesn't appear to be any different. It's literally just a rot-coated, or like a white wolf-coated, rotten wolf. That one is probably not worth our time. Oh. Hey, you're gonna sit right there. Oh, yeah, if we can do this, I'm going to do it. Just gotta mind the crow. Come on. It's gonna pop up somewhere. And I watched it run past me going this way. Wait. Did it phase? Did it see me and run out? It might have. I think it did. I think it saw me and phased right out. Wow, that is the biggest FU to anyone thinking about watching that I've ever seen. So this is... got Jail Cave. Fort Gale doesn't really have a boss in it. It's got like the Leonin Warriors, or like the Elder Lions, but it doesn't have anything else. Yeah, okay, it totally did that. So we have to figure out where it is from afar. No, it's gonna phase out again. We should just go back and rest. I'm trying to remember what this is. I think it's the Flame of the Redmanes. Like, weapon art? And if so, you know, I'm just gonna skip it, right? Ah, needed to be a little bit closer. I'm confident I can get it with my hands. I don't know about anything else. Nah, I'm not nearly close enough. We gotta, like, get there fast. Oh, wow. It's, like, really out there. Okay, okay. Learning is occurring. It's like right over here. Ah. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, this is the perfect attack thing, right? Wow, that's actually really cool. Obviously, I'm gonna, you know, go back and reset, but... So if it starts to run past, it's okay. Come over here like so. Flame of the Red Mains, what do you know? We can skip this thing now. They're gonna sell it, because of course. It's nice to know that we don't have to worry about that. Alright, let's find Jail Cave, shall we? I think Jail Cave is like right here, and like there's no reason for us to even go over here. Like at all. Wait. Isn't there a blood-obsessed knight up here? Oh, or isn't that Fort Fair? No, I think that might have been moved. Yeah, that's been moved again. We gotta go figure all that out. I know, we're going on so many unrelated rabbit hills, but if I can't remember where stuff is being moved, obviously, I'm gonna have to go find it. Nice. Need to be careful because we are already getting shot down. Okay, and while this is happening... Oh, right. It's an encampment. We're not allowed. Oh, yeah, did I forget to mention that these guys are capable of casting, not casting, they're capable of using, great bows with gravity arrows attached. And all Great Knights pretty much point out their, pretty much pull out their sword and shields afterwards. Or their spears. Yeah, look at this. Is that guy a red-eyed variant or not? Look at that. Well, that's neat, but I kind of didn't want him down there. Now we got the entire damn camp after us. Because of course we do. Wow! Oh, yeah, Bugle Boy. Bugle Boy has definitely found us. Alright. Yeah, this guy is red-eyed. Because of course he is. How did that whiff? Again. That whiffed a second time. I just gotta run in. There's no way around it. Alright, there we go. It is a hit in hitless. Good to know. Ugh. How annoying. I have to figure out what a good, viewing angle for, or like a good angle for this is. I really don't think any of the tiny changes I'm making amount to anything, if I'm being quite honest with you. I really believe that. I think a lot of what I'm doing is worthless until either I change the overlay or something else happens, or I network more, which is kind of like, that's always a struggle of mine. I work content on like 2 or 3 different angles, and so trying to hear the audio and watch a stream and network and do all of this other stuff it's kind of a slow-going process. And of course I'm networking with people that do not share like any nexus of content in the slightest. Some people that I'm networking with just kind of know me, and that's about it. Oh god, I forgot about this. We need to GTFO. There's a rune piece those two are guarding. Is it worth it? Not even close. Not even a little bit. Gotta like point down. Camera might be too small compared to everything else. I'm curious, you know, tell it to me in the bluntest way possible. Because everyone is spent. Absolutely everyone. No one has time for courtesy. But I am interested in constructive feedback. Is it, you know, your overlay sucks. Like, I don't mind hearing that. Just follow it up with something constructive. Like, it sucks this way or that way, and not just, it's stinky. Go back to no overlay. Go back to camera literally in the middle of the game screen. Because I don't care about any of the presentation. I only care about the audio. That's it. I know everyone's busy. Got it. Noted. Duly noted. But we've entered I hate to say this, but we've entered like a really weird era with content where you know how to do it or you don't. And anybody who wants to talk to you about your content is just trying to sell you a service, right? Like, most of the people that I end up talking to are graphic design artists, and they're the scam kind. They're not the real artists. Real artists don't frequent this type of stream. They're all crux. Now, to any of you who are legitimately trying the whole door-to-door graphic design thing, you should just kind of know that that's not how the business is supposed to work. Yeah, I'm not falling down there. Look, if you want to kill yourself, be my guest. I find it, and I'm sure many novice content creators, like amateur creators, would say the same thing, is we find it very frustrating in general when there's no feedback, and that is not a call on people to stop lurking or anything like that. That is we notice this thing and it's very frustrating that it does happen. I'm a person who thrives on feedback. I love having people talk about this type of thing because it's useful for discussion. It's useful for company. But I know our working world is busy. It wouldn't really matter what kind of world we lived in, whether it's a corporate hellscape or otherwise. I definitely feel like we're in this very weird place. Well, like, there's almost just too much everything. I don't know how else to say it. Like, there's too many people doing, like, creative things, and I'm probably part of that problem, instead of doing, like, productive things. Like, I feel like society has not really achieved that balance, and I guess I'm just kind of shifting to real-world mode. Because that's the thing, I'm making content to people who live in the real world, who have real problems, and not content creator problems. These are very much first world problems. There are a lot of people who can't even keep food on their plate. And to that I say, keep working hard. And if you don't like your current system, fight for change. Vote. And if you don't think your vote matters, go find an underground group. Get on the deep web, which I will point out is not the same as the dark web. Deep web is government stuff. The government uses the deep web. It is accessible, but it does take a lot of doing. Go find journalism, like, groups. Did you know that journalists use the dark web? Now, I am saying dark web here, but a lot of journalists use it. If we want to talk about privileged sources, that's what we're talking about. Journalists are actually getting on the deep web, going to find these people and talking to them, arrange meetings, that kind of thing. You don't think that's happening because of the dark web? It absolutely is. And anyone who thinks otherwise, I almost challenge you to go find a journalist that will talk to you about that. Because you won't. You will not. They'd have to be a retired journalist, right? They'd have to be someone whose career isn't on the line. People who haven't really... And people who are no longer at risk of dying for the things they write or say. Or their risk is certainly much, much lower. Because if you write hit pieces on government, I guarantee you, every government is going to find a license to kill you. Guaranteed. So, the deep dark web, the deep and dark webs, both, are very dangerous places. If you're not a full-grown adult, don't go there. Don't even ask your parents. Just stay away from it. Now, of course, if you are old enough to think about the deep dark web, note that once you go down the Tor onion rabbit hole, there is no turning back for you. And a Tor onion browser is not enough. You need a VPN. You need something to encrypt your front end and your back end. And even then, it's still probably not enough. If you're here on a Tor onion browser, you should not be here. Don't be here on the deep dark web. Here, do that on the normal surface web, the wide web. Do that there. I guarantee you will be much happier with life if you aren't getting on syndicated services in the deep dark web. It's mainly used for... The dark web has like a couple of appropriate purposes. One is journalism. Two is like the organization of resistance groups. That is always valid. Period. End of subject. Everything else ranges from like soft crime to like hard crime. And that is very much not... I do not endorse that. I do not condone it. But that is there on the dark web for you to find. Don't go there if you don't want to risk getting Trojan or keylogged, and the next thing you know, you have an assassin at your house waiting to kill you because you had a hit contract on you. You don't even have to have done anything wrong. You just needed to have visited the dark web in the first place. Oh, just look at... You gonna hop up here? You gonna do that, friendo? I also like how clockwork this is. We are in lock-on range, and I cannot hit this guy for worth anything. Okay, we're gonna get back across this plank, and we're going to do this. Okay, we actually pegged him one. Good. Need to get off this beam and start getting some like field of view. Ah, you're so close. If I'm not careful. Oh, okay, there we go. It's a Blood Boon is a very interesting spell to try to use locked on. You actually jump into that. You idiot. I like that these Elder Lions are putting in so much verve to dodging spell casts, it's not funny. Nice. I was really kind of expecting more, I don't know, more spunk. So how's everyone doing? Everyone enjoying this weather we're having? Showers with a chance of blood. I almost guarantee we're not going to hit this guy unless we quite literally do something else. Do something different. Oh, we don't even have to hit the thing. We can quite literally just get it to change its facing by... There we go. Huh. You like that? It's called getting whooped. Okay, we're gonna have to drink here. I'm sorry. What just happened? I'll take it. I'll take the victory, game. Oh, you have to be mad. It's only game. I got a reason for being angry. It's called random occurrences that I didn't want happening for 500, Alex. Alright, let's descend into the pit of despair. Come on, big guy. Come down here. Well, now that we're here, we could sort of, like, take a break. Sort of. You know, like, stand up top and, like, crouch so that we're less likely to attract attention. We're gonna take a break. When we return after this commercial break, we will continue working toward what's going on at this fort. This is Fort Gale, right? Yeah, Fort Gale. We're totally going to do that. And with that, you guys know what that means. I will see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you very much. I am sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully I was gone for maybe only an extra minute compared to normal. We have about an hour left before we call it for the night. So let's try to make this one good, shall we? Let's try to make this hour a little something extra. Something special. I was gonna say, I'm gonna make it special by dying, and dying right now, but no such luck. My mic always wants to tilt to the right. My webcam always wants to tilt to the right as well. Guys will have to well, okay. You know what? If I'm being honest, I should probably stop saying for you guys to let me know if something's happening. I should just be more attentive, right? And I don't even think I'm not being attentive. It's just I'm often doing something when I already notice that the webcam is turned right again for like the 15th time. That to be careful, like, yep, there is the Red Mane Knight right here. Dude, how do you, like, how do I miss that? Got him. That should be our lovely Deathless medallion. Yep, sure did. Got him. Got the great shield and everything. I will take things that never happened for 500, Alex. Nah, I'm kidding. Also, I feel bad for anybody in memes. In memes who have, like, a name. Like, obviously, I feel bad for all the Karens and Chads in the world. Everyone's like, herder. Hi, my name is Karen, and I'm not an internet Karen, but everyone calls me an internet Karen anyway, and I feel super upset about that. And I like to complain to your... I'm kidding, but in all seriousness, you know, I can't imagine that makes people feel good when we regurgitate memes in real life and, like, curmudgeon people. Yes, that is a word. Before anyone asks, that is a word. Before we curmudgeon and lambast people with these memes. It's like, I'm expressing a form of verbal assault. Which is what is happening. It is verbal assault. People are literally using names in order to taunt and make fun of people in memes. It's very gross. I can't wait for this practice to die. Which, you know, for that to happen, it may mean the end of the world. But you know what? I'm ready to return to human normalcy. I tire of the virtual world. I mean, I enjoy it, but I think one of the problems is that we're so used to everybody. We're as humans, we are not, oh God. We're not wired right? We're not wired to be perpetually online. Like, we need space. We need to be in our own little bubbles from time to time. I hate to say this, but being in our own bubble is actually a good thing for our mental health, because we're not constantly aware of the ills of the world. The people are allowed to grow and shape themselves on their own accord. You don't need to morph to the standards of the whole wide world all at once. It's so strange that, you know, I stop to think about this type of thing all the time because I have the free time to do so. But to anyone who's working, I sort of want to challenge you to take some time and think about this. Like, our human psychology, our psyches are literally not wired for the inuring, consistent barrage of events happening in the world. Yes, it's important we're aware. Things like global warming or climate change or acid rain, those are all important. They're absolutely important. Plastic in the oceans is important. You know, people rebelling against their corrupt governments and world war inducing events are incredibly important things to know about. It's all the petty little stuff. Like, posting clips of teachers and students, like, hitting each other. Yes, that's important. However, depending on what's in that clip, like how the events came to be, you know, if the teacher was the aggressor, then everybody's like, oh, fire that teacher, fire that teacher. And if the student's the aggressor, like, put them in jail and clap their parents in chains. The internet is an amplifier of bad attitudes that already exist in real life. And it's not good for us as humans to be constantly inured, to be inundated with that stuff. It's really not. Like, yes, you should be aware it's happening, but most people can't do a thing about it. They can't. They can, like, go petition their local government, but that's gotta be something that local officials do. Or that people do with their local officials. And, you know, if that doesn't work, if the local official just appears to be, like, constantly hamstringing the process along, then rebellion. Rebellion is an order, and that is the only thing that'll fix it. Because you've already tried pulling all the legal levers. Now, of course, they say there's obviously going to the state, like, but whatever your, like, system of government is, at the end of the day, if you've pressed all the legal levers and all you're getting is blah, 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 what's left? Violence. Because it's clear the words aren't working, right? Because it's clear people are subscribing to ideology instead of doing the right thing. And when that happens, the only thing you can do is evoke a change in course, ideally for the better, so that, you know, issues actually get fixed. They actually get talked about properly. You can't do that if, you can't exactly do that if you're constantly being gaslit by the government at every step, or... Oh, I'm going on a rant here, but I guess the long story, you know, like, getting back on track. Oh, you're gonna go down there. I have to be careful because we already have a guy up here. The state of the world is one in which, as I routinely say to my friends all the time, we are in a constant state of maintaining the balance. And in this case, the balance kind of comes from the balance kind of comes from you know, how much of the world's issues do you want to be aware of? Like, honestly, you know, not that I respect what the farmers in Sri Lanka kind of stood for. Like, they wouldn't rebel without a good reason. And your economic livelihood is a sufficient reason for rebellion. It really is. But I don't, me as an American across the ocean, I don't need to know that. The people of Sri Lanka rebelled. They rebelled, and things changed. And that's what it's going to take. I don't need to know about rebellions across the ocean in France. Not that I wouldn't care about why rebellions are happening, but again, I cannot be concerned about the French people any more than, you know, if I were an Ethiopian, or if I were a Moroccan, or if I were, you know, a Chinese person, I wouldn't really... It would be sheer folly to be concerned any more than, oh, I hope your cause goes well. You know, and I wish you the best, but that's about all I can do. That is what the Founding Fathers intended for Americans to be, was kind of like the world's well-wishers. We wish you well. If you want financial support, let us know. I'm sure there's a trade agreement we can arrange or something, but that's about it. Ideally, we wouldn't get caught up in cockamamie schemes to pull government levers and, you know, manipulate and interfere in elections held by sovereign nations or anything else. We wouldn't really engage in that sort of thing, but human folly knows no bounds, just like greed doesn't. And I'm being really honest and serious about that. The Founding Fathers could not have possibly known, or, you know, maybe they did. You know, Washington constantly warned us about getting caught up in foreign entanglements. Say whatever you want about the man, but I think that advice is true. It's, you know, beware getting too caught up with your friends in France, or you will forget your own troubles at home and soon be subsumed by them. And the most our Founding Fathers really kind of wanted to do was trade. We wanted to be Venice. Of course, that didn't happen with the First World War and the Second World War and, you know, the War of 1812. That didn't happen. Like, we have lots of points in history where we could have said, if I could go back and redo this, this wouldn't happen. Yeah, every time traveler says that. And you know what? Meddling with time is never good practice. If we ever get the capacity to fiddle around with time, I highly suggest we take that technology and throw it in the incinerator. The blueprints burned. The people that ideated the thing, you know, mentally, like, brain warped to a point where they can't even think for themselves. Vegetable them if you have to. The idea of time travel is that dangerous. No human should have that power. It's just like curing every illness, right? It's in our best interest to figure out how to cure illness. It is also in our best interest if we can't cure everything. Why? Because as a species, we need things to cull us out from time to time. It sucks, and it's a tragic loss of human life. And I will surely be sad at the thing that, you know, killed a whole bunch of people. I would be mad and do something about it. But natural culling events like volcanic disasters or people getting chilled out of their homes to death, kind of has to happen. Those things need to happen. It teaches the human world to navigate the world with respect and do it properly. Or, you know, it'll make us mad enough to do something about it, about that. Settle in spite of. Tame in spite of. Or, you know, go extinct by it. We're that kind of species. We're very much... We'd like to operate against the odds and be proven right. You gonna jump up here, friend? Constantly checking my behind to make sure we're not getting swept up in ick. The nasty. I don't know, what do you guys think about the L's of the world? And I say this as someone, you know, I say all these things, but I realize I am in a bubble, right? That I'm at home, and, like, the stuff in America affects me. And so that is my top concern. Because that's something I could actually, if I really felt up to it, I could travel. I could get on a Tor browser and go find a resistance movement. I talk it up like it's the easiest thing in the world, but obviously that's a huge risk. Again, I do not condone anybody going to the dark web and looking for trouble, but there are legitimate people who use it too. Just saying, there are things I can do as a disenfranchised American to get my country back to a path I think is appropriate, or to a path that whatever group I join thinks is appropriate. Because let's be honest, voting only goes so far, and if you figure out how to rig the votes so they don't matter, you figure out, oh, how many things do we need to puppeteer to make that happen? Guess what? It's happening. People are gonna puppeteer that stuff. That's just how human folly is. That's why we can't really govern ourselves that effectively. If we did, we'd have to take all that folly out of it. And that's... Man, this streaming segment's getting a little too real, huh? My point is, no matter where you are, because I promise you, you're sucked up in the conspiracies of the world, yet that have not yet been made into fact. If you're truly dissatisfied, and you think you've tapped out all the legal levers, then do something else. Not saying to engage in violence. I'm saying to engage in resistance. Sit-ins are resistance. Boycotts are legal resistance. Writing letters to your congressman or your state representative or your country representative are all legal forms of resistance. There are plenty of things you can do to give your government, to give your local or state or, you know, provincial representative a piece of your mind without having the government breathing down your neck for being rebellious. Because there's a certain form of... I have to be careful, especially with this. there's a certain form of resistance that is just a hello, rat disciple. Just gonna scorch the ground with blood flame, and I'm surprised that... Nice. Awesome. And I know there are pest threads in the distance. Dang it! Trying so hard not to have... Okay, you die. Be careful, because I thought I saw a second one. And, you know, I could say, well, democracy is... Spreading the values of democracy is important. No, it's not. Not even in the slightest. Honestly, it doesn't matter what government you have. Humans have existed in monarchy and in kingdom for thousands of years. They were functional before that. Now, granted, were there slaves? Was there servitude? Yes, there was definitely plenty to be improved on. But... democracy is not the end-all, be-all, and it's just as prone to corruption as anything else. It's more important that people find a governmental structure that works for them, and if people are happy under the yoke of dictatorship, who am I to begrudge them for living that way? Now, of course, unfortunately, most things in dictatorship are never truly happy, but the point I make is, you know, if it's a benevolent dictator or something along those lines, like, oh, it's only this one thing, and everything else, they're like a complete... They completely support us in every other thing, every other aspect, except this one tiny little thing. And we're willing to kind of look past that. Again, who are we to begrudge their people? And I say we, but I could literally mean anyone with that turn of phrase. Good lord. Okay. We gotta get real serious with this now. This is so messy, it's not even funny. Why did you have to aggro? Ah, so that is where Poison Bolt has moved to. Cool. Okay, let's fix this before it gets out of hand, shall we? I don't know. As a human being, I'm deeply troubled by all the world's problems, but I realize that worrying about all of them is a sheer act of folly, and it is folly because that's energy that could literally be going towards something a lot more productive, something reasonable. Again, I worry about acid rain. I do in fact worry about oceans having plastic chemicals in it, and our soil being polluted by greedy, corrupt companies that want nothing more than to cut corners when at all possible. Now, do I think every company is bad, or that companies are inherently a problem? No. I am still a capitalist at heart. But I'm a capitalist who recognizes when a system goes beyond what its intended vision was. Capitalism, at its heart, is a free, enterprising market with no regulation from government. That's like the big thing. That matters more than like however you get your money. It's we don't want the government telling us what we can and can't sell, when we can and can't operate, beyond what is reasonable. For example, asking us to close our doors during a pandemic is reasonable. Asking us to shutter for multiple hours after a pandemic when the coast has obviously cleared is not okay. That is a grasp at power. Asking a owner who wants to be closed on Sunday to say, no, you have to be open on Sunday because you're the only option available, even if it would run antithetical to your belief system, that's not okay. That is strong arming for no reason. Oh, I didn't get to identify that. You blink and you miss it, I guess. Oh, that's not good. And we're gonna be rotting through as well. Yep, we knew that was gonna happen. Okay. And obviously during the last hour, you know, I'm not going to take a break, even if I would, you know, be 15 minutes over. That's not long enough. Now, if the stream were half an hour longer than normal or something, I would, you know, take a break because that's just a good idea, but we can tough it out for 15 minutes. Our arcane we're 1 point away. And we were already had the lantern on. Finally make it to Gale Tunnel. Or, I'm sorry, Jail Cave. this cave is all about, you know, making sure you look before you go anywhere. It's easy to say that, of course, because it's a FromSoft title and you should always be looking where you're going, but, you know, this cave in particular will teach that to you if none of the others do. Okay, that angle is clearly not going to work. Let's just give that up right now. Just realize that we're gonna have to fall to go where we need to go. Now, these guys in the cells, if you aim your spells right, you can kind of kill them through the window there. And of course, if they explode on themselves, it's kind of like just a bonus, right? I know you're in there. No such luck. I think their corpses just... They're not supposed to be perpetually burning, but they do perpetually burn. I was about to say, I feel like a rune piece is tucked in that, but there isn't. Really? Really? All right. Sure. Nothing there. Nothing anywhere. No homophobes, no temptation. I'm sorry, I am such a South Park. Yeah, I don't like everything about South Park, but the whole point is that it's like a... It's supposed to be social commentary on stuff. The point is that it makes fun of everything, and that you're not supposed to take it seriously. It's what individual people or like a small company thinks about half the crap going on in the world. It's being able to look at it through the prism of making people laugh, not inundate themselves with stress all the time. I mean, I don't know. Is that what people would really want? Like, being inured with stress? Okay, we know about... Something's got us in combat. We should probably use that to our advantage. Yeah, I know. Again, random streamer talking about things they don't understand. I got it. Oh, wow. You are just an awful batch of roses, aren't you? Hello. Like to come over here, sweetheart? Anyone else? Anyone else coming out of the woodwork? I hate to say this, but I think my, like, L-shaped setup is actually kind of backfiring on me. I don't know. Imagine being able to just actually park the two desks side by side. I think maybe the whole L-shaped thing was just kind of a big error on my part, and I have to figure out what else to do about it. I don't know. It's one of those things where you think something is good, but it ends up being very bad in practice, right? It ends up working against you. And everything you do that isn't do what 500 people are doing works. Sorry. Doing what 100 other people are doing because it just works. Hello, would you like to die? Alright, where is... Oh, there you are. I apologize for the lack of talking. I am starting to kind of like wane off in terms of energy, really. But I already promised 15 minutes, so I want to do my best to make those extra 15 minutes worthwhile. So they actually mean something. Alright, now we go through and actually explore these other cells. And maybe we'll find an extra rune piece for our trouble. I totally forgot to unlock this. We'll have to go around and actually unlock that again. Oops. Hopefully the gameplay has been entertaining, because I know that me talking about random geopolitical stuff or various world issues ain't it, Chief. Like, I know that. But again, if I did that, the game's commentary, or I should say, the stream commentary would literally be constantly enumerating and explicitly saying every single thing I'm doing. And I just don't think that's... I think that's very boorish, right? You want to be able to talk about other stuff. And you can't always do that. And additionally, it doesn't matter what you think. If people aren't willing to share in that, if everybody is in an isolated bubble, right? I think I said before that sometimes being in your own bubble is a good thing, and it is. Sometimes you need to go back to that for your sense of safety, your sense of self. More than anything, it's having a good sense of self. And you don't have to think about anything else except that. Humans need that decompression, but like everything else, ideas always run in pairs and in opposition to each other. The converse of this is wanting to be involved with your fellow man. You have to strike a good balance. You can't just say, oh, I'm gonna live alone. I'm gonna be alone. And that has a profound effect on people. It really does. If only Kirnifr McCandless could be around to answer that question. I don't know if the man just never valued what he saw, never valued his peers. I mean, we have the movies, we have the accounts from like siblings and everything, and the McCandless family, but we'll never really know the heart of why McCandless chose to... Nice. We'll never really know why. You know, he got fed up with society. He didn't get a chance to live long enough to write a book about it, to share his experience. Henry David Thoreau did. And I think that Henry David Thoreau is probably one of the wisest men I think I've ever had the good pleasure of reading about. Because he did actually do that. He did go out. He didn't totally cut himself off, but he lived out at Walden Pond, and he lived by himself. Mostly on the things that he could sustain himself with. There wasn't anything else. He did that for like a year or two? And then returned to society and continued writing books? He was a very sage person for his time. He knew what people were really like. Wow, that was a fast eruption. I was not expecting that. Well, that's one of the 2 stone sword keys we needed to get into this place. Okay, this room is the one where the boss is located at, so we're gonna not pick that one right this second. We're gonna go back around and unlock the shortcut. I have my reasons for this. They mostly pair down to this boss, I believe does require my full attention and full resources because it's the Frenzied Duelist. I think it was like a Beastman of Farum Azula fight, if I recall correctly. If it was always the Frenzied Duelist, well then, I mean, nothing ever came of it. Alright, good. We have the top side unlocked. I don't know, is there a philosopher? Or like someone whose thoughts you really agree with? For me, it's Thoreau, but there are some others. To a certain extent, I agree with what Nietzsche was trying to sell. You know, he saw people for what they truly were. But like everyone else, like anyone else, you know, philosophers are clouded by their own bias, right? And it's only by taking a snapshot of all the different philosophers at the time, as well as past and currently present, that you really start to get... You get the full microcosm of human emotion, thought, and folly, all in one. You get that all in one. It's amazing that in spite of all that knowledge, that we, still repeat similar errors, or oh god, I gotta be extra careful. We fail to heed their wisdom even if we treasure it so highly, because we forget, right? We forget that wisdom. We forget ourselves. We don't cherish it as much as we should. We're like, they're pretty words, but now I'm gonna go back to living my own life and not think too hard about it. Like, you're the to people ignoring that wisdom, that is exactly why they wrote it. That is exactly why they wrote it, is to share, so that people would know. It wouldn't just go, oh, it's a pretty book on, my radar. Exact kind of person it was written for. Gotta be careful. Just run as fast as you can. You can catch me. I'm not the gingerbread man. Oh, hello. Busting out of the woodwork. I'm gonna top off on my FP just a little bit. Thank you, Sir Putrid Corpse. Your efforts will not be forgotten. Alright, I gotta know. Rune piece hanging around back. Is it anywhere I should be aware of? Okay, so in case anyone hasn't been here before, or, it is the bottom of the hour, I generally don't talk during boss fights. I'll, exclaim something here or there, but that's, the type of thing you say while you're normally playing a game. I do see your sentences, I will acknowledge them, however, I do not do more than that while the boss fight is going on. I typically reply back either when I am dead, or we beat the boss. Just throwing that out there. If you guys ever want that explanation, you can type in !boss. And that tiny little explanation should take care of everything. Wish me luck. I hope I won't need it. And I'll see you on the other side of this boss fight. It's a frenzied duelist, right? So probably just mob him. Well, that didn't take long. Now we have decaying exikes. Exikes? Oh god, I would love to have had a pronunciation guide for that. Ah, is this Grasp of Eocade? Regalia of Eocade. And a rune piece. What's not to like? Now we're gonna go over to the Smoldering Wall and have some real fun. And this is typically where, actually, now that I think about it, we should actually probably upgrade, Latena for this. As I like to use her for decaying exikes. Exeeks. Man, I would love a guide on that. Alright, friend. I have materials.
Greetings, are you here for speed?
Yep, I typically like to have her, you know, doing her own thing on the top of the world while we go beat up on exikes. And exikes, of course, is probably, I shouldn't say easier or anything, but like we have the perfect element with which to counter him with, and that would be fire. He burns quite easily. Okay, you guys are getting burnt at the earliest opportunity. Ha! Oh, that is a merchant down there. What are you selling, friend?
Welcome. Dear valued Kalès, I'm hungry.
Anything worth my while? Maybe the Oracle's remedy, but that's really about it. Main thing is that they're good for selling stuff, too. Maybe if a merchant has, like, super cheap stock, I'll show you guys one of the things that has changed. Really? How did that work? Sure, I guess. Oh, you can't be serious. Oh, thank God there's not a rune piece up top of that, but, like, come on. We don't need to kill these, so let's not. Yeah, I think we'll have just enough time for decaying exikes, and then we'll have to, we'll need to kind of like call it a game from there. Now, but to say, we didn't actually go and grab that. These are also the kind of gnarbledy structures that you totally should expect rune pieces on. Let me see if we can't climb one of these. It's like rotten branches. Just look. Look at it. Look at all those rune pieces that we don't see because they're more well hidden than that. Burrowed rotten Miranda sprout? Well, how are we supposed to get a codex on that? Alright, you gotta find another one that's burrowed nearby. Gotta be careful. We should just go ahead and craft some of these right now. Have them placed on the hotbar and everything. I don't know of any way to, like... I don't know of any way to, like, unlock that. Or, like, actually get a target lock on that. Yep. Oh. I was about to say, we probably weren't getting out of that unscathed. There's, like, no way to target those for a codex entry, so I'm just gonna give up on them and move it. Oh, God. Nope. Nope. Go back to what you were doing. I promise you it was way more entertaining that you did that. I'm definitely killing X-Ikes, by the way, before we call it good, so enjoy your bonus content. Ah, dang it. Run. You thought you were gonna get me. Yeah, no thank you. Not happening. Get the hell out of here. Let's try to actually make it to X-Ikes, shall we? Ah yes, here you are, my fine dragon friend. How are we looking on rune pieces? We're close. I think the cathedral and X-Ikes will probably give us the 2 rune pieces we need. Okay, he's just over the hill there. There's one of the 2 rune pieces we need. I'm willing to bet the other one's at the cathedral. Or, you know, could be in the mausoleum. Oh god, I forgot about that. No! This should be a troll with just a flaming sword. What was the point of this troll? Was it to be a literal troll? Oh, come on.
That man is the scum of the earth.
Or...
Stop right there, criminal scum!
yes, I am a criminal scum for saying that, for calling, for actually, you know, punning it out a little bit too hard. Like, stop right there, criminal scum. Your pun has no right to exist. Now, hand over your stolen memes or you will be sent to horny jail. Complete with horny bonk and everything. I don't know. Not sure where that segment was going. One thing I do know for sure is we've totally botched our approach to this. We're starting with half as much material on the on our FP bar as is expected, so we really might as well just is that a banished knight? It is a banished knight. Yeah, it's not happening. Oh, good lord. Okay, I was sort of expecting that to be in a different spot, and not here. Any rune pieces? Come on, there's got to be one so we could go upgrade real quick before tackling Exikes. Oh, come on, you could not have noticed me from up there. Run! There's gotta be a rune piece, like, up here. Thank you. Gil's Flame? I guess we could grab that. Thing is how we literally can't drag, like, have the other spells. Now, let's say we go get this, like, oh, also, can we make that substitution? Or are we gonna be, you know, do we not have enough, oh no, we do in fact have it. Do in fact have it. Do I want that many spells on my hotbar? That is another question I should be asking. Because we're going to fight Exikes, like, right now. See, I don't want Black Flame. I don't want Frenzied Flame. Blood Talon Flame is not very good here, and neither is Theodorix's Magma. Now, the quintessential question I have to ask is, do I want a Gil's Flame? Like, you do have to have, like, a critical mass of spells, because I think you do get FP back based on the number of memory slots used. So you're definitely encouraged to play with the system, but I don't think you're that encouraged. Fire Affinity Attack Power. Oh, well, someone decided to, you know, slough it off this mortal coil. Yeah. How about you go F yourself, like big time? Also, I just realized we never actually made that upgrade. Let's fix that. And I'll probably fiddle around with the Erd Tools setting after stream is over. I'll try to have that for us on tomorrow. Nope, that is equipment. We want Cradled Runes. Slightly, come on, just give me the number. Let me have information. Or at the very least, like, store it, like, on the wiki, so that I can look up the actual numbers properly. I liked actually having that information, but, you know, that being said, I could totally understand XX. Please tell me that is over here. Sure is. How do we want to deal with that? We want her at a high enough position that we can just... up here. Oh my god. Scarlet Rot. Seriously? Ugh. He is defeated, but we need to move. Alright, we can stop at 69. Nice, for now. And we can actually figure out what spells we want our faith for. Do I want Howl of Shabriri? Is a 15% increase prior to the start of a boss fight for 20 seconds that good? I think in ERR it's not. I don't think it matters. I mean, it's theoretical DPS, right? But typically you have to dodge within like the first 8 seconds of a boss fight, and typically that first dodge has to happen a little bit faster than that. So you're really getting maybe, let's say, 12 seconds of DPS time, because like the boss's combo string starts at that point, right? Like after the first dodge. It's very strange. Also, we have to figure out if we want, Whirl o' Flame. Like, how good is this exactly? That is pretty fast. You know what I think would make this spell maybe a little bit better? Is like the ability to channel it. It's certainly interesting, to say the least. Now, I will have time to pontificate this for the morrow, but for the time being, I am going to make sure we've got correct things enabled. Where does this slide over? Okay. Good. Now we can just slide that over. Gives as much to the Twitch window as I possibly can. If, for those of you on YouTube, you can go ahead and hop off here. I will see you tomorrow at the same time as usual. Also, thank you to anybody. Thank you guys so much for sticking around up to this point. I really do mean that. And I hope as the run continues, we do get a little bit faster at it. And, you know, maybe instead of, we'll do like a complete run, right? But maybe afterwards we'll like touch up and perform saves at specific bosses so we can practice them. That kind of thing. And, you know, obviously, once we actually start the run, what I'll probably do is make sure the alt saves are active. I'll actually turn that on. And that way, you know, we can be assured that there isn't any tampering, right? That it's on a fresh save with no shenanigans. Now, for those of you on Twitch, I will do a mandatory shout out. If you guys want, let me see. You know, I'll actually give you guys over to someone who is doing her own thing. Support female streamers. Just as long as they're not hot tub ones. Anyway, check out Natulia. They are playing World of Warcraft. I'm not sure. sure what they're doing. It appears to be some kind of like either vehicle or specific custom segment, because it doesn't have the usual hotbars, right? Like, it doesn't have the rectangular hotbars about yay long. It's like a condensed screen of yay long. But they appear to be an MMO streamer. Go check them out. Go check them out. I wish I could, but I have things I gotta get to doing. But I do have all these hot streamers on my radar to check out in the future. Anyway, yeah. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. I shilled at you once. I shall not do it again. I want to try to limit that to once per stream, typically at the halfway mark. Don't call me Shirley, and surely don't call me Collect. This has been some Deathless routing for ERR. Seriously, go thank Team Reforged. Go get Kirnifr a Ko-fi. Go get Evidian a Ko-fi. Go do something for them. Do something nice. This is a passion project in the making, and if nothing else, it may not be as flashy as the Convergence, but I think it's not a lot more feature complete. I still kind of have to give that to Convergence, but it's filling out to be every bit as detailed as the vanilla game, and I think that says a lot to those who add content and still keep the vision of vanilla the same. Like, to keep the vanilla experience, it takes a lot of dedication, and lots of people want the not vanilla experience. Like, oh, well, let's just recognize the game dev made a mistake, and let's fix it. Oh, the Team Reforged says, what if we can salvage that? We could be like, this is where we think they probably would have taken it, where Miyazaki would have taken this mechanic if they were given time to develop it, and funding weren't a concern. That kind of thing. But yeah, thank you guys so much for listening to me. I hope to be back tomorrow. I stream Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. You know, unless I start house sitting so frequently that I, of course, am not available, which very well might be the case. My personal life has to come first. But I'm going to do my best to keep you guys swimming in content for as long as I reasonably can. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. You're welcome. You're welcome here anytime. And with that, bye-bye.